Let's try that. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yep, okay.
1, 1, 2, test, 1, 2, 1, 2. 2, 1, 1, 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Farnborough International. I've just done 10 minutes of commentary to a dead microphone. You missed the best bit, so you're going to have the repeat, which is never quite as good. So at 12 o'clock, in a minute's time, the Orca will be getting airborne. That's the UAS rather, on the north side of the airfield to start the display at 12 o'clock. I'm going to go through the batting order quite quickly. I will probably break it up since I started 10 minutes ago and I have about 30 seconds to gallop through this. So what we've got in the order after the drone has landed from the Royal Air Force, we have the Falcons, F-35 flypast at 20 past 12, Rich Goodwin in the jet pits at about 12:30. From Turkish Aerospace, the Gokbey helicopter, the Airbus A321 at 5:21. Noise from Boeing in the F-15 clean display. His mate has already cleared off to his base. A touring item at just about 20 past 1 of the Spitfire in and outbound from Biggin Hill. The Starlings Aerobatic team, they came in from Headcorn this morning. The ATR 72-600 around about 1:45. Royal Danish Air Force with the F-16 display taking us through the hour of 2 o'clock. The Chinook coming in from Odium, poking off to Odium a bit later on. The electric arrows at round about 2:30. Then back to noise. The Italian Air Force Typhoon pair fly past at 20:03. They're going off to Italy, to Treviso, straight off their display. Then 3 vintage airplanes, vintage biplanes, flown by vintage pilots. The Stampe formation display team coming in, well, they arrived earlier from Headcorn. And then an item, a touring item, in from Fairford at about 10 past 3, the B-52. Then Aerobatics, AeroSuperBatics Wingwalkers at about 20 past 3. Then we're expecting from the Army, the British Army, the Red Devils parachute team. And then again, another display by the Royal Danish Air Force, the F-16 at about 5:04. That's the batting order. It could change. I will keep you up to date with that. We have very complicated airspace here at Farnborough. So we have to borrow airspace above us from London Airways and from Heathrow for arrivals and departures. So the air traffic controllers here in constant communications with them, and each display pilot who wants either the medium air above or the high level above have to get clearance for that from Heathrow, and that's worked very, very well this week. And it's also subject, of course, to the cloud, because we have delayed some of the fast jets that want high altitude just for a gap in the cloud so they can get things in, like the tail slide and the square loop. So that Waka 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 sounds like a Chinook to me. That will have the Falcons. They'll have their own specialist display team. We're just waiting for the drone from the north side to be launched, getting clearance from air traffic. Just waking up some of my team to check with air traffic whether we're getting the Falcons in before the drone. The drone is live, it's got its beacon going. It's been a very, very busy week here at Farnborough. A superb few days of displays, and yesterday in the weather, which was absolutely pants. That's a technical expression from the Met Office, but we still managed to get some flying done. So I'm glad today that actually it's turned around for more people here. Those bright-eyed amongst you will see two F-16s taxiing on the north side of the airfield. Just been briefed that we're actually going to launch them, get them away. I don't have them where they're actually going off to, but we're going to launch two F-16s, a pair of F-16s, before we launch the drone. So we're just slipping the program around. Quite a few people have quite long flights to do after the display, as you say. The Typhoons from the Italian Air Force, they're going off to Italy, straight off their display. But the B-52 coming in from Fairford, which is not very far away, is going straight off to the United States of America, directly from his flyby. We also have a Hercules going out later this afternoon. He's going to St. John's in Newfoundland. The F-16 just got their clearance to where they're going off to. Even on day one here at Farnborough, we saw a massive $51 billion of orders announced. Depending on today's rate of exchange, that's about £39.3 billion, plus or minus a couple of quid. And as of yesterday, that 51 billion has moved up to $85 billion in deals for the show. And that is as of yesterday afternoon. So the aerospace aviation industry is alive and well. F-16 lining up to the right of the display line. If you're looking out to the north, that's where the old black sheds used to be, the old air traffic control. Those of you who probably remember that. In fact, we used to commentate from the roof of the old air traffic control. To your left is Laffan's Plain End. To the west, those are the sort of reference points that we will be using throughout the display. So this is not part of the display, the F-16s. I don't know whether they can do a pairs takeoff or a stream takeoff. Thunderous roar of two F-16s, about 29,000 pounds of thrust each. And we're going to get a full display of the Royal Danish Air Force F-16 later on this afternoon. First time will be just before 2 o'clock, and then again just before 4 o'clock. So the Falcons should be overhead. They were due to drop at 08. The drone due to have displayed, but we're just slipping around. We do have some fat in the program and in the commentary box. Keeping an eye on the drone and another eye, if you can, on the Chinook. Heard Les Garside-Beatty, one of the Flying Control Committee, the deputy, out on the airfield talking to air traffic. Thank you, Les. Clear to launch. At your discretion. I heard that loud and well. Give us a wave, Les. I know you're listening. And here we are, Skyfarer. Their debut this year at Farnborough. They're delighted to present the most recent fleet edition, the PW.Orca, the Phoenix Wing Orca. Signifies the dawn of a revolutionary era in medical drone delivery. In fact, it was last year that Skyfarer conducted an overland medical delivery trial conducted between two NHS hospital trusts. That was up in the Midlands. They utilised the very aircraft that you see flying here today. And the trial successfully delivered blood samples, vital equipment and surgical implants between hospitals, reducing the normal, in normal driving conditions, a 45-minute drive to just a 12-minute flight. Now, obviously, in the Midlands, you've got better communications, but think about in the remote islands, the Shetlands, Isle of Mar, places, even the Isle of Wight. If you need to get some little bit of a medical equipment to and from, this is a sort of aircraft that will be able to utilise that. If someone's having a diabetic problem, you can get insulin, you can get glucagon, anything like that quickly to the patient in some remote areas. Manufactured in Germany by Phoenix Wing, this is a 53-kilo drone. Cruise speed of 130 kilometers per hour. Demonstrating vertical takeoff and landing design, and that's to provide the ability to operate within confined areas. And you've seen that it's done the vertical takeoff. You will see the vertical landing at some stage, preferably before the Falcons drop. Skyfarer remains steadfast in their mission to enhance the medical logistics sector of the drone technology. This month, they've launched a very first nuclear medicine radiopharmaceutical delivery project. This trial focuses on the ability to deliver the pharmaceutical isotopes across the country, connecting PET scanners, nuclear generation sites, and radiopharmaceuticals, where they're currently blocked by the short half-life of those isotopes. So I think the Skyfarer, I think they've got one in the static site. I think I saw one just at the bottom of Beaufort Hill, that hill in the middle of the display area, just by the Queen and Eagle. I nearly called it something else. That would have got me taken off air. So it's quiet, the Skyfarer, and it's going downwind, and yet very, very slow, so very stable. And the wind is a bit gusty at altitude. You've got the buildings that disturb the wind, but all now stably coming back in to demonstrate its vertical landing. And after all, if you've got delicate medical equipment on board as well, you don't want to just land it like I land aircraft. You want it to be smooth and buttery. Just hovering just what, about 12 feet up, 6, 5. Those of you looking at this at home, got the streaming on the cameras, get a much better close-up view. And as the Orca is now on the ground, Gaz Aldridge is on the top of one of our television towers. He's going to take over the commentary for the Royal Air Force Falcons. Gaz, it's all yours.
Thank you, Stratton, and good afternoon, everybody here at Farnborough. I am Master Echo Gaz Attridge, and I have the privilege of being a member of the Royal Air Force Falcons parachute display team. And we're about to show you something very, very different from what you've just seen flying. And we're going to show you today, hopefully, the skills and the colours of the Royal Air Force parachute display team. So the weather gods have smiled on us today, and we do have a fairly decent blue sky up there. And those of you who've been looking up to the sky will have seen our dropship, which is the RAF Chinook from just up the road at RAF Odeum. And that is our chosen dropship today for our display. And thanks to the help from air traffic, we've now got a full display plan for today. So our drop height is going to be approximately 7,000 feet from the ramp of the Chinook. What's happening now then is the team are making their final preparations for the jump today. They'll be all kitted up on the back of the aircraft. They'll have checked each other's equipment several times over, and they'll be now under the command of the pilots and of the crewmen on board the Chinook helicopter. Like all military parachuting on military aircraft, they have a jump light system. No different on the Chinook, they'll have a red and a green light system. When the red light comes on, that's the indication to our parachutists that they are ready to go, and the adrenaline will be pumping, and they're almost ready to jump. When the green light comes on, that will signify they are clear to display.
When once you have tasted flight, you will forever walk the earth with your eyes turned skyward. For there you have been, and there you will always long to return. When knowledge dispels fear, you will discover the boundless courage within you, soaring beyond limits you never knew existed. To dare is to do. You are about to witness a display by one of the world's greatest military parachute display teams. Get your cameras ready. It's time for the Royal Air Force Falcons.
And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I've just heard the good news from the crew above that the parachutists are on the ramp, they have their kit ready, and very, very shortly, they will be exiting the aircraft. What you're looking for is the red smoke coming from the parachutists as they leave the aircraft. They will free fall for approximately 4 to 5 seconds before they deploy their canopies, and then immediately begin to get into formation for the display today. What you'll notice is all the parachutists following each other out, and there'll be one lone parachutist at the end who will split off. More about that in a second. So please look up to the sky. Any second now, they'll be getting the green light and jumping from the Chinook. Last minute instructions are coming from the coach, Flight Sergeant Liam Lyons. They're all lined up, they have their orders. Smoke pins are being pulled. They're on the ramp. Counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.5, 1. Any second now. Do use this time though to get your cameras ready, because we do a very colourful display, and what we'd like to do is get you to share on your social media channels what you're seeing from our display today. I'm just getting a live update from the aircraft. I'm just going to put you on hold for a second. Okay, looks like what's happened on this occasion, due to a restriction, they have had to do what they call a dummy run, which means that they've overshot the drop zone for safety reasons, and they're going to go back round again to reassess. So there's no problems, there's no issues, there's just a technicality that's caused the aircraft to have to go back around to do the run-in for the drop again. I will keep you updated as I hear from the aircraft. The drop zone itself is, if you're looking at the airfield up on the right-hand side, up towards where the Embraer aircraft are, it's immediately out in front, and you'll see our drop zone team out there, for those of you up the right-hand side of the airfield. They've put a couple of crosses out on the ground, and they are our drop zone indicators for our parachutists. So when their parachutists are coming down, whilst they're talking to each other and carrying out their formations, they've always got one eye on the ground, one eye on the drop zone, making sure that they can line up perfectly and come in and land safely. So what's happening now is the drop zone safety officer, who is on the ground, that's Flight Lieutenant Alice Rogers. She is now talking directly to the aircraft pilot and also to our team coach on board the aircraft, on board the Chinook, Flight Sergeant Liam Lyons. Like I said, it's a very fluid situation with parachuting, so they have to get it absolutely right and the conditions absolutely right. Safety always comes first, hence why they did what we call a dummy run. So I just had an update from the aircraft and from the pilots, and due to the lump of cloud that was right on the drop position, the crew decided to elect on the safety side of things to go round once more. But as you can see, that cloud is moving, so hopefully when the aircraft comes back round, as you can now see if you look up behind you to the right, if you're facing the airfield, you'll see the Chinook running in once again. So fingers crossed, this time we will have a display for you. So that was a 2-minute call that I've just been given. That's 2 minutes for the parachutists. They are now once again on the ramp in their drop positions, and we will hopefully get them out on this pass. So remember, what you're looking for is the red smoke trailing from our parachutists, and as they get into formation, you will see that all our canopies are open and they'll immediately begin to follow each other around. I did mention before that this is a great photo opportunity. It's a very colourful display. We have our red, white and blue parachutists and canopies. So with the red smoke, it makes some great conditions with the blue sky today. So do please take photos and video and share them with us on our social media channels. We have Instagram, Facebook and X. Just look up at RAF Falcons, all one word, and we will try and get back to you. And good afternoon once again, everybody. And unfortunately, I get to be the bearer of bad news as the commentator. And I've just been informed that due to air traffic restrictions, totally beyond the control of us today, that unfortunately the drop from the Chinook has had to be cancelled. So the parachutists won't be dropping in for you today here at Farnborough. So you can imagine we're absolutely gutted by that decision, but however, safety always comes first and we have to abide by the rules. So please do make the, if you are around the showground, do come and see our ground team that's around. We have the RAF Falcons vans around that are marked up, and we do have lots of goodies to give away. We've got badges, brochures, bags, etc. If you want to find out a little bit more about an RAF Falcon and about being a parachutist in the military or parachuting in general, do please try and find us. Just stop us if you see us and we'll have a chat. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, very sorry that we couldn't display for you today, but do keep an eye out for us around the country. Have a great day, and we'll see you again.
Gaz, I'm sorry that's going to happen. We are running quite tight on a schedule here at Farnborough. We have to hand the airfield back to Farnborough for a lot of movements later on in the afternoon. So the F-35 has been holding. He should now be coming in, I hope. We're just checking on that. He should have been here 5 minutes ago, but obviously had to hold him off for the parachuting. So just waiting probably until the Chinook is out of the way. We're getting an update from air traffic. The jet pits, he will be starting his engine very shortly. Rich Goodwin due on just past 1:30, and then we're going on to the Gokbey helicopter at round about 20 to 1. So just getting an update on how we're going to rejig the program. It is very fluid here, but I'm still expecting the 35 soon, probably for single fly past. Then the next load of noise will be about 1:05 with the F-15, the clean display, and that will be very noisy takeoff. Okay, so we do know that the 35 is holding until the Chinook is clear of the space, because, of course, 35 can, this is from the Royal Air Force, can take a bit of sky. So at just about 1:15, we're having the Spitfire inbound, outbound from Biggin Hill. Starlings aerobatic team at 1:30, ATR 72-600. I'll hold it there because it could change. Attacked by a spider. Former spider. Okay, we've just heard the F-35 now being given clearance to do 2 flypasts. He's been holding out to the west, so he should be coming in from your left, from the west to the right. Just moving around the rest of the program at the moment to facilitate time, because something like the B-52, obviously his long flight back to the United States of America, quite important we don't slip into his slot time. While we wait to see the 35 coming into sight, Farnborough International, put on by Farnborough International Limited, you know, it takes 19 weeks to build this site and just 7 weeks to fit out the numerous chalets. It's a huge enterprise. Dismantling the site takes around about 8 weeks to get it all put back to bed. 70 kilometers of electrical cable have to be put in on site. Simple things like that. Now, FIL that are running the show, they don't just do Farnborough, they have other exhibitions throughout the year here. 4 miles out is the 35. They do other exhibitions here throughout the year and also involved with other international air shows. For example, Bahrain International Air Show in November is a joint venture between Bahrain and Farnborough International. So it's a busy organization putting on these shows. I can still see the Chinook way out in the distance. I'm expecting the 35. Unless that's a dirty smudge on the window and it's a 35. Can you give the window a little clean, Mark? Thank you. There he is, coming in over your left-hand shoulder. In comes this fabulous-looking aircraft from the Royal Air Force, the F-35 Lightning. The 2 passes. So Pratt & Whitney provide the grunt in their turbofan, 40,000 pounds of thrust. Rolls-Royce, hurrah, supply the lift fan. That's the swivel duct nozzles, also to deflect the thrust downwards and the bleed air reaction control valves in the wings for low-speed stability. We're not going to see him come into the hover because he's only going to be doing flypasts. Crack along at Mach 1.6 times the speed of sound. Already seeing service in many countries, obviously United States of America, in the United Kingdom, in Italy, the Netherlands, Canada, Australia, Denmark, Norway, Israel, Japan, Republic of Korea, Belgium, Poland, Singapore, Finland, Switzerland, Germany and the Czech Republic. And if anyone can remember all those pictures on a postcard, you're not going to get a prize. Going downwind right hand now, the 35. Over 990. F-35 has been delivered. That's the status. Indeed, one of Her Majesty's ships, HMS Prince of Wales, the aircraft carrier, has operated 35. You've probably seen it on one of the television programmes. Coming in left base. See a vapour trail behind us in pulling hard, hard G. The humidity and the low pressure on the wing when you're pulling hard, that creates the little vapour trails. And you're going to see that in other displays later on in the afternoon, probably on the F-16 and the F-15 later. Both of those aircraft, of course, designed in the early 70s and still very much in operational service around the world. Rich Goodwin in the jet pits. I haven't seen him taxi out yet, but the 35 coming in from our left. We limit jets to 600 knots here, not doing 600 knots now, but we limit them to 600 knots in the display here at Farnborough. 35 now clearing back off to Marham up in Norfolk. Up the M11. Slight left turn at Swartham. So the pits I'm looking out for, this is a very different type of pits. It has got a normal engine and propeller, but it's also packed with jets. Modification of the traditional muscle pits. So the little pits is out now from the public enclosure. Just waiting for clearance for his display to have the arena. This is the modified jet pits.
I'll just jump in with a quick message for the 8 students from Farnborough Academy who are on site this afternoon. If you could make your way to the Hall West Information Desk. That's Hall 1 West Information Desk. Thank you.
So I know you're not in the peak heat wave of the usual British summer, but the sun is actually just as powerful, so do keep a bit of suntan cream. We've got a lot of wind and aviation fuel in the air. That can give you a bit of burn. Keep yourselves hydrated. We do have medical teams on the site if you need anything. Talk to the marshals around. They've got day glow jackets if you need any help, but please keep yourselves hydrated. You will find yourself get a certain tan looking up towards the sky and also with the wind here. So Aerobatic, the jet pit's now just being cleared out onto the runway. This is Rich Goodwin, former Royal Air Force Tornado pilot, commercial Boeing 767 pilot. And there's 2 highly modified, I do mean highly modified pit specials. So those of you watching, streaming at home, you can see those 2 jet engines either side of the cockpit. The rest of us here will have to wait till he gets airborne, or unless you're lucky enough to see him in the static part. He will be firing up those jets at some stage.
This is just a brief request that if you are right on the crowd line barriers, if we could ask you not to sit on those barriers, that would be extremely helpful.
So I said it would be a fluid display. So we are actually just going to get the pits off the runway while we jiggle around. We're going to quickly get back as much as we can onto the schedule, bring the Gokbey, the helicopter, out of his parking bay, who has already been started. He should be out on the northwest corner of the airfield. And I'll bring you up to date with a bit more information on the pits when we have it. So just been updated. The Pitts has left the runway at the moment. He's going to probably had a problem starting the actual two jets, which of course is part of the display. I mean, the propeller is perfectly capable of flying the aeroplane around and everything like that, but it's actually going to demonstrate the jets. So that's why Rich was out there for so long trying to get the jets to start. He's decided to actually can his display at the moment, and that's why he's moved himself off the runway. And now we're going to go to the Gokbey helicopter, which will get us back on time, and then we will see if we can get the pits back in a later slot. So actually this picture's back onto display. So assuming other people don't keep me on my toes, sort of thing. Well, actually I'm sitting on a comfy chair. Gokbey is about to display. Then we're going to be looking at the Airbus, the A321, the XLR, then the Boeing F-15, and he will probably be taken from the south side, taxied around the north side to go out to the runway. Sometimes we have him backtrack the runway, that could change. Then the Spitfire in about half an hour's time from now. He's coming in and out from Biggin Hill, and that's as far as I'm going at the moment, because, as I say, we want to probably try and get the pits back in at some stage. Gokbey airborne now. This is the T625, helicopter designed and optimized to meet and exceed multi-mission requirements in hot and high geographic environments, along also with adverse weather conditions. This is Turkish Aircraft Industries. Two turboshaft engines, each with around about 1,370 shaft horsepower. Dual channel FADEC system is also incorporated. Extensive cabin space configured to meet the requirements of whatever you want. Cargo, VIP, transportation, air ambulance, offshore, search and rescue, really whatever the customer wants. It is a retractable gear, but he's keeping the gear extended throughout his display because he's doing lots of hovering and bits and pieces and maneuvering. Got the latest state-of-the-art Turkish avionics, glass cockpit, full glass cockpit, touchscreen, integrated modular displays, 4-access, dual redundancy, automatic flight controls. Now it can crack along at about 160 knots. Service ceiling is up to 20,000 feet. And endurance, well, with extended tanks, extra fuel tanks, over 5 hours. As for the number of people you can put in, well, I suppose it depends on the configuration you want, but it's got a crew of 2, and it says in my notes you can go to VIP 2 or 5. Well, if you're really, really, really VVIP, I suppose it could be 1. No, you need 2 to serve the champagne, wouldn't you? Yes. Or you can pack in 12 passengers. So, sideways, backwards flights, you can see, they can go sideways and backwards up to 40 knots. Now, going backwards at 40 knots in a helicopter must be quite exciting. I did mean to ask if they got rear view mirrors or a rear view camera. Probably a camera, that would make sense, but I don't know. Program was initiated in 2013, maiden flight taking place in September 18, and the civil certification program of Gokbey is progressing incrementally. Demonstrating spot turns, low-speed flights, lateral, forward and backwards, vertical climbs, dives. As I say, diving capability up to 160 knots. That main rotor diameter, 43 feet. What's the width of a football field? The fact that all the avionics computers, both hardware and the software, designed and developed by Turkish companies means that the customer requested modifications can easily be incorporated. In round for a torque turn, pedal turn. So helicopters don't have rudders. They've got the pedals, same as a fixed wing, but you don't talk about going on the rudders if you go on to rudders, that's beer. The rudders, they're called pedals, pedal turn, straight into a quick stop and hover. He's going to hover in front of us. He'll be ending his flight with a polite bow towards us. He comes down to a little bit lower, nice in the middle of the display line here. Gokbey coming into land. Just an update from the jet pits. He's now got the jets working and he's going to take off, not display, he's going to take off and go off back to his base because we want to keep the flying program on time. The Airbus A321 should also be taxiing out. He'll be hiding behind the hangar as soon as he is snout coming out like a bloodhound from the north side. So the jet pits soon be given clearance to take off. So hopefully on the jets as Gokbey comes into land and goes off on the taxiway back to his roost on the north side. Here comes the XLR, the Airbus, had displaying here every day, including the vile weather we had yesterday at Farnborough. Indeed, the crew's having to do SRAs, surveillance radar approaches, and talking to Mal, who's the chief test pilot of Airbus at briefing, he said it's many, many years since he's had to do an SRA, and he had to do 4 of them yesterday, down to minimas. So he said that was an interesting experience, something he hadn't done for a very long time. Jet pits now moving out onto the runway. Pits clear to take off. How about that for a takeoff and steep climb, using the jets as well as the propeller on the jet pits. Now, the pits has got a pretty good performance anyway. This really does enhance, so much so. Clearing off to the northwest, heading up towards Blackbush, which is about 4.5 miles north of us. Don't know where he's going back to. Indeed, he is due to go back to Blackbush. So he's heading in the right direction, which is always a good starting point as the Airbus starts to move out onto the runway. An Airbus and the flight test crew today would like to dedicate today's flying display by the XLR to Michel Ritif, who passed away on Tuesday at the age of 101. Now, Michel was the test flight engineer on the first flight of Concorde, and was the last surviving member of that crew. Of course, we know Concorde paved the way for further European collaborations in the aviation industry, taking to the air for the first time on the 2nd of March 1969, and the first Airbus program, the A300B, was launched only a few weeks later. 55 years on, the A321 XLR, Airbus's newest creation, has just received its certification and has been displayed at Farnborough by an Anglo-French team. And so they wish to dedicate to the memory of Michel Rétif. That was from Mal Ridley this morning, and the next line of the email says, "This information email is confidential." I don't need to read the rest of that. They've just been given clear to take off this with a normal Airbus display, which is dramatic. It's a very quiet aircraft, as you can't hear. Airborne, steep pullback, then to move away to the display line, climbing up to around about, well, over 500 feet. It's going to turn around, come back at 500 feet. Now, the ongoing certification flight test campaign is really in its final stages. The EASA certification came through last week. They are still using operators to test everything in the way of airworthiness, compliance, and operational support on day one when they deliver to people. XLR, range of 4,700 nautical miles, which is around about 11 hours non-stop. Now, what does that actually mean in real terms? Well, that's places like New York to Rome, or London to Vancouver, Delhi to London, Sydney to Kuala Lumpur, and that makes the XLR open new opportunities for non-stop flights, linking primary and secondary cities all around the globe. XLR can also complement the traditional wide-body aircraft by serving the same routes at off-peak times, or in cases of significant seasonal variation in demand. And of course, the half that reason is that Airbus pilots can operate on all the range of Airbuses, all the normal twin-engine Airbuses, with hardly any training to swap between the two. The cockpit is designed so pilots can fly the multiple types, things like the A318, the 19, the 320, the 321, and the Neo variants are all covered on one guy's ticket, or lady's tickets. Wide-body jets such as the A330 and 350 only require a few hours in a simulator to convert to type. The 380 has its own type rating as a separate item altogether. Has a higher maximum takeoff weight for the longer range with increased payload. New permanent rear center tank has been placed in. That carries 12,900 litres of extra fuel. Obviously reinforced landing gear and nose gear for the increased maximum takeoff weight. Cabin ventilation and insulation and heating controls are also enhanced for high altitude and long range flights. And they're also using a mix of sustainable fuel. Sustainable fuel, as will the ATR be using, is made up of waste oil, fats, non-food crops, those sort of things. And so what? Well, that reduces the CO2 emissions by around about 80%. And today this aircraft is flying with a mix of sustainable fuel as Mal comes through, coming back into the slow, high alpha pass, slow speed pass, not the sort of thing you normally see on airliners. Yesterday, we had those wonderful vortices as he came into land because of the high humidity just off the outboard part of the flaps. And there's some great shots I saw online of him coming in to do that. Mark, you're hovering with a piece of paper. What are you doing?
I was just going to say, Airbus have been announcing multiple orders throughout this particular week. A couple of the more noticeable ones, Virgin Atlantic having ordered 7 new A330neos, and they're going to be powered by the Rolls-Royce Trent 7000. Also, Japan Airlines purchased 20 A350-900s, and 11 A321 Neos, such as you're seeing now.
With single class configuration, they can put in 244 passengers in a full economy class with good, decent seats. Alternatively, lower seating density. Well, you can put it anywhere you like. You can have premium classes, you can have full flat seating, even suites, should you so desire. Now, the suites are actually a bed, and that is not something that's candy that you can get from the shop. They're bad for your teeth. Anyway, Mal just pulled up, selecting the gear on the flap, calling downwind. The runway lights have gone out here at Farnborough. That is the cue when anybody does their final manoeuvre to land. We change to a different landing point here at Farnborough. The main landing point is somewhat in. It's a displaced threshold as a 3.5-degree slope. But for Farnborough International Airshow, we have the Farnborough Long, which is in a totally different place. But the visual guidance, the puppies, we have two sets. They have to be swapped across to Farnborough Long, and that's also joined in with the main runway lights. So it's not that it's a dodgy plug and someone's unplugged it to do the vacuuming. It means they've called downwind to land, and it's a different lighting configuration to land. As Mal brings round the magnificent A321 XLR to position to land here at the end of his display. And they, I think, will be going out later. I haven't got that on my departure list for later tonight, so they might be staying overnight. Have a look at the F-15, he is taxied, he's waiting to cross the runway. The 321 turning around on the runway, same runway width, turning around to come back up to then go to his parking. I don't know whether parking north side or south side. Once he is cleared, then I think the F-15, I haven't heard yet whether we're going to taxi him around the North Diamonds or down the runway.
You mentioned orders, Strat.
I did.
As of last month, how many orders do you think Airbus has taken?
What, in total?
In total.
Over 20,000, maybe 23,000.
Well, that's a good start. Do you want it? Yeah, it's
I'm going for something over 23,000 total orders for Airbus, maybe a bit more.
You've been speaking to Mal, haven't you? 24,105.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Of which 15,520 have been ordered. So quite a back order as well.
That's good. So, F-15, we are going to backtrack the F-15, give you a chance to see them. Now, this is going to be noisy. Those of you with people who want to protect your ears, and particularly any youngsters here, you might want to slap the ear defenders on. The F-15 will taxi down the runway. This is the clean configuration, not got any stores on it, because soon you're going to hear something like 47,000 pounds of thrust to be unleashed. Being flown by Boeing pilots. Boeing company proud to be partnered with the Qatari Emiri Air Force. Indeed, these are the colours on the F-15. and his mate who went out this morning, and this one will be going up to Lakenheath, and then during the week 4 F-15s will be on their way out to Qatar to join the Emiri Air Force, the most modern F-15 available. More powerful than ever before, can carry 12 air-to-air missiles, 5,000 kilos of weapons if required, accurate air-to-air 20mm cannon, fly-by-wire digital flight controls, powerful, reliable General Electric engines. You're about to see it unloosed. They'll be taking off and going straight into a square loop, assuming the cloud is good for us. So we'll be going over the top at 4,500 feet, square loop, each corner at an angle of 90 degrees, or the fourth part of a circle. Lot of G will be put on in the display. He has 7,900 feet. We've grabbed been lent the airspace above us from Heathrow, and power is coming on. This is raw noise. Yazza! That is what raw power can give you. Pulling hard G as he comes back down the bottom of the square loop, down to 500 odd feet, opening up the power again, pitching up to 60 degrees, pitch up, then push. Pitch up to a J-turn, instantaneous pitch authority, the flight control responsiveness to change direction is astonishing, as you can see. They can crack along at over 1,800 miles per hour. Again, about to pull up into the 45 degree with a roll at around about 2,500 feet, keeping going up, climbing, climbing, climbing. Puffs of vapor from the top of the wing surface. Back down. Shortly put on a load more after Cubanate. All of these highly challenging maneuvers easily done by the F-15 and the Boeing pilots. max rate, minimum radius turn, high speed, high energy, pulling back hard on the stick, maximum G, keeping us firmly within the airfield boundary. Then from that, moving up into a high alpha, high angle of attack loop. There may be the tail slide at some point, so keep an eye on for that. Totally lost from view from us in the commentary box with our hard roof. What a formidable flight demonstration. So watch for the tail slide, keeping the nose up, speed coming back, power reduced, hanging there, hanging there. There we go. 1 length, 2 lengths, 3 lengths tail slide, canopy up. This mighty beast. 31,000 pounds in weight. Sorry, maximum takeoff weight, 68,000 pounds. This big beast capable of operating up to 65,000 feet over Mark 2. Range around about 3,400 miles. This is a beast and a bit. As I say, off to Qatar to start squadron service along with 3 other of its stablemates. He'll be going to Lakenheath later on this afternoon. What an amazing display. That one gets it so far for me for the day. They'll come in using form drag for braking, aerodynamic drag, so he'll keep the nose wheel very firmly off the ground for a lot of the landing run. That just puts the wind under your wings and slows you down better without having to slam the brakes on, have this big speed brake out. Using a 3.5-degree slope coming into Farnborough to land on Farnborough Long, and then be turned around for his departure later on some stage, as I say, up to Lakenheath. There it is down, that magnificent beast. The next item we have is a touring item, already airborne, coming in from Biggin Hill. I won't talk very much over it because it will speak for itself. We go from the fighter, the big fighter of the F-15, to one well known. This particular one, 1944 Spitfire, will be coming in to display. Based at the Biggin Hill Heritage Hangar, where they operate a number of Spitfires and other aircraft, Mustang and Messerschmitt, that fly in formation with Saratoga for flights down to from Biggin Hill down to Dover, down to Beachy Head, They are very busy taking people. You can either buy your seat in one of the Spitfires, you can buy your seat in the Saratoga, the sort of chase plane. Well, don't know how a Saratoga chases a Spitfire, but the Spitfire's formate on the Sarah. One of the members of the team in the commentary position here, Oliver Holmes, he actually has the privilege of flying the Saratoga, and he says he's flying along and he looks out the window and there are two Spitfires in tight formation. That has got to be a buzz. And you too, if you want, you can either, if you're going to spend a bit of money, go in the Spitfire, or indeed you can go in the Saratoga when your friends are in the Spitfire. Today it's going to be flown by Dan Griffith, the LAA chief test pilot. He's tested 4,802 aircraft over 2,300 sorties. Dan has operated on Harriers and various other bits and pieces. He's flown everything from the B-52 to F-16s. And when the Spitfire is cleared to display, I will not talk over it. We know all about the Spitfire, and I think it will speak for itself. The sound of the Spitfire is a sound of freedom. What a wondrous display by the Spitfire. Dan now going back to Biggin Hill, where I know they've got a busy programme for the rest of the summer. The Starlings have started up. They're on the right. In fact, they're just moving out onto the runway. The Starling team have been going around since 21. Prize of the British Aerobatic champions Tom Castle and Michael Biggin, performing high-octane close formation aerobatics, including gyroscopic tumbles. Both pilots have a combined aerobatic experience of over 50 years in air shows and competitions, and have flown all over the world as solo acts and as part of the formation. Tom is a current display authorization evaluer, and Michael is the youngest person ever to be a British aerobatic champion. Michael was the youngest person ever to be awarded a CAA display authorization for display flying. At the age of 23, he became the youngest ever British advanced national aerobatic champion. Today is the youngest unlimited level aerobatic pilot in Europe. Also, I think the youngest Spitfire pilot in the UK, having flown over 50 types of aircraft, ranging from gliders to airliners. He's an active pilot on the Boeing 737. And when he's not doing that, he's flying the vintage Stearman down at Headcorn with people standing on the wing. Rolling now. Tom Castle's got his PPL in 1983, 7,000 hours worth of flying. Last 10 years, Tom has been heavily involved in display flying all over the globe. He also runs his own Aerobatic Academy in Yorkshire, where he trains the next generation of competition pilots. Now, I don't actually have a sequence supplied by them. I shall have a word with Michael when I see him during the week. These are two extra aircraft, the very latest operating in the two-seat aerobatic market from the German aircraft designer and producer Walter Extra. First flown in 2019. The Extra NG Heritage is found with a highly successful Extra 300 series of aircraft. This aircraft, new aircraft, may look the same, but it's totally different. A completely different beast, thanks really to the carbon fibre construction, which makes it tougher, lighter, and faster. You're going to see a whole sequence of formation aerobatics and solo aerobatics. Flying for NE, the ice cream company. Two-seat bubble canopy. How can it be a two-seat bubble canopy? It's a two-seat aircraft with a bubble canopy. Got 350 horsepower stuffed up the front. 6-cylinder engine. Wait for them to come back. It is much of a tour adventure to see their display as it is for you, as it is for me, because I have not seen them display this year. But the G loading, plus and minus 10 G. 10 times force gravity, that's more than I can cope with. Top speed of the aircraft, 250 miles per hour. Running in now from our left. So I can get up to 250 miles an hour. The stall speed is way, way back at just 50, where you're going to see probably less speed than the stall speed. That's a nice tight formation. Tightening, adding up the G. There's an on-crowd wind that's they're going to have to battle with. Oh, that's wondrous. That's neat. What would be really clever if you could get different colours in there and you could spell out words in Morse code. But then, of course, you'd probably spell out the wrong word, but I'll leave that to your imagination. Changing direction from the A-axis to the B-axis, now on the A-axis left and right, B-axis is to and from us from the north to the south. Changing direction on the top of the loop, back onto the B-axis. Very pretty display. Actually using very little of the airspace that we've got here, keeping neatly in the display box. Now, to work up to this display takes an awful lot of practice. One, you've got to be very good, I know it's a different word there, very good at what you're doing, i.e. aerobatics, be totally comfortable in high G, positive and negatives. Then you've got to be good at formation flying, and then you've got to put the two together, and then you've got to practice, 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 and then you've got to go in front of an examiner who will see how good it is, who will be very, very critical if necessary to get up to this sort of standard to display here at Farnborough and the other displays they do around the world. These sort of things don't just come together overnight. This is extremely accurate. Really accurate. Hard work to do this. Now, opposition maneuvers. Going out over on the 45-degree roll on the way down. Opposition left and right. Push over, tumble on the way down. See the good rate of roll, carbon fibre wing. Did your series of rolls, boot full of rudder, and tumbling down. Yuck. How about that stick in, well, whichever corner of the cockpit you can imagine. A lot of gyroscopic G rattling the eyeballs about. Diving, almost running out of puff. Now in a spin on the way down, left-hand spin. Stick forward, boot for the rudder, nicely out on the display line. The other Starling is called, he's got visual with the one displaying here. I asked Michael why they were called Starlings. He said because he's cheap. Michael now inbound. It's called the other Starling. Very quick rate of roll, as you can see there. Oh, he's throwing around the sky. But just think of the experience you have to have gained in order to have something like that, high tumbling, rates of rolls, twists and twizzles, and to come out exactly online, exactly where you want to. You take someone up for the first aerobatic routine and just give a simple aerobatic routine to them, they will be disorientated in a very short period of time. You're going to see some aerobatics in the vintage Stampe later on this afternoon, much more sedate, but again the same rules apply. It takes time to get orientated, to know your rate of roll. And with this high positive and negative G, to keep totally orientated, you really have to build up. You have to be a sportsman. You have to work at it like any other sport. So two individual displays complete. Guessing they can join back up. Joining up, I believe, in the final pass. I think they've just said to air traffic. The Starlings splitting, one on the way to Blackbush, one on the way back to Headcorn. The ATR is engines running, he's about to come out to backtrack. So the ATR-72 backtracking to line up and take off. We have a message for young Barry Holmes. Young Barry Holmes, could you please meet your carer at the agreed spot? So the ATR also with sustainable fuel. So the ATR-72 lining up. We will then have the next aircraft will be, after the ATR-72, will be the Royal Danish Air Force F-16, the Chinook roll demo, the electric arrows, Typhoons, then the Stomp formation team, vintage biplanes flown by vintage pilots, then the United States Air Force B-52 still on schedule. That's about 11 minutes past 3. The Wingwalkers of the ATR-72 starts its takeoff. ATR, one of the world's premium regional aircraft manufacturers, for the below the seat, the 90-seat numbers. This is the showcase aircraft, the test aircraft today, the ATR-72-600. Now, the family of the ATR family incorporates both the 42 and the 72. High wing, you can see that, 6-bladed, you probably can't see that, twin prop aircraft designed right from the start for efficiency. And the efficiency therefore gives low fuel consumption and therefore reduces the CO2 emissions. And that helps with operational flexibility. ATR aircraft designed specifically for the regional short-haul aviation, with over 40 million flights completed and over 2 million passengers transported since the beginning of the program. ATR's a joint venture between Airbus and Leonardo, created way back in the early 80s, 1981. ATR fleet consists of over 1,300 aircraft flying with 200 operators in 100 countries. ATR aircraft burn 45% less fuel than similar regional aircraft. Now, this aircraft is flying with a blend of sustainable aviation fuel, and ATR was the first ever manufacturer to fly a commercial aircraft with 100% sustained aviation fuel in both engines. Well, it wouldn't have been both engines, it would have been both tanks, and eventually through the engines, I'm guessing. The manufacturer is expecting the 100% SAF compatibility of its aircraft in the second half of this decade. As I say, the family, ATR family, goes right back to January '86. They also have a freighter, dedicated freighter version of the aircraft. They have a hot and high version, referred to as the 210, powered by the PW.127 turboprops, also being developed. Of the freighter version, the cabin windows have been deleted and the floor has been strengthened. Large cargo doors incorporated in the forward fuselage, with a further cargo door fitted in the rear. This one is not the freighter version, obviously. Features a spacious, modern cabin. This one has been loaded with, obviously because it's a test aircraft, an array of test equipment and monitoring equipment, which are all downloaded after each flight. Advanced sensors, computers measuring and analysing flight data, testing out new systems to guarantee a performance and state of art of the aircraft with the flight experience in the envelope. So constant data gathering. It's quiet. It can operate from, well, all sorts of strips around. You can see them around in the Caribbean, to remote islands of Norway. So there you've got the hot and you've got the cold. The ATR-72 takes the 500 series steps further. Indeed, the first deliveries, I think, were Royal Air Maroc. That's quite a few years ago, I think 2011, something like that. It's agile. It's not designed to be agile, but it is agile. Launch order for the freighter came from FedEx, the requirement of 30 with options of a further 20. The Dash 600 freighter entered commercial service 4 years ago. A number of maritime patrol and anti-submarine warfare versions also being developed for various air forces and navies. Pratt & Whitney of Canada producing the thrust, 2,750 shaft horsepower. Cruise speed 275 knots, range round about 825 nautical miles, which is just a whisker around 1,000 statute miles. Positioning on right base to land on runway 24 here at Farnborough. Just getting an update as well in my other ear. The F-16 is next. Then we're going to let the Navy wings dispatch. They're going to be taking off and going off back down to Yeovilton after the F-16. Then we have the Chinook roll demo. The ATR-72 comes in for his approach. It'll be a short landing using the reverse pitch of those propellers, those six-bladed propellers, to bring to a very short, commendable landing roll, and may even see a little bit of reversing back down the runway. At least that's what we've done for the rest of the week. Now that is a very, very short landing run and into reverse. And now back into forward thrust. When you're reversing an aeroplane, whether you're using jet engines or turboprops, and you want to come to a halt, you don't put your feet on the brakes, because that will put the bottom straight on the runway. You put it back into forward thrust. Now being taken back into his parking roost. So somewhere the F-16 is lined up to display. The Fighting Falcon, the F-16, designed way back in the early 70s, same as that as the F-15. So you're about to get unleashed noise again. 29,000 pounds of thrust about to be unleashed from the Fighting Falcon. Over 3,100 Fighting Falcons in 25 countries are operating. He's just waiting for release. I haven't heard what altitude we've got, but I'm hoping that we've got the full altitude available. And this is, again, a noisy and dynamic display. The wondrous Fighting Falcon. This is the Royal Danish Air Force F-16. They've been operating the Block 50 and 15 aircraft since the 80s. This is the very much updated version. This has had its midlife update with the newest avionics and weapons, making it a highly capable fighter, as you can see. Now, the Royal Danish Air Force currently operate 34 F-16s, which are scheduled to be replaced by 27 F-35s in the coming years. Operated as a multi-role aircraft, executing both air-to-air and various air-to-ground missions. Danish aircraft equipped with advanced Lightning 4 targeting pods, helmet market, queuing system, night visual goggles. Goggles? F-16s from the Danish Air Force have seen operational service in regions such as Libya, Iraq, Syria and the Baltics. Flown today by Theo, one of Denmark's most experienced F-16 pilots. Has more than 20 years of operational service, both as a frontline pilot as a flying instructor on the type. In terms of flying displays, he's been putting the F-16 through its paces in the last 7 years. I just paused to do some sums then. I apologise. This is the Danish Viper. Fighting Falcon, of course, the fastest predatory bird. It's a lightweight, agile aircraft. Comes back in from the right. Positioning, I think, for the slow speed, high alpha pass. Down the display line, speed draining off the pitch, picking up, the nose going higher and higher as he slows down, higher angle of attack, just sitting, waiting to unleash that raw power which he would do down on the left-hand side of the display line to climb away. Just whispering past. The Falcon ready to be unleashed. A wondrous burst of power shortly. In terms of power plant, F-16 can have the General Electric or the Pratt & Whitney engines, each producing over 29,000 pounds of thrust. Visibility from that cockpit is quite superb. You'll see that when he comes into land. Single piece bubble canopy, pilot sitting up quite high, fantastic all-round visibility. In terms of armament, air-to-air missiles can be loaded on each wingtip. 6 underwing hardpoints are available, along with 1 under fuselage centerline hardpoint. It's got a General Electric cannon just in the port wing route. Long roll down the display line. Service ceiling up more than 50,000 feet. At altitude, it's 40,000 feet, can crack along at twice the speed of sound. Presently, the F-16 is operated by a total of 29 air forces around the world. Well, here we go. Bahrain, Belgium, Bulgaria, Chile, Denmark, Egypt, Greece, Indonesia, Iraq, Israel, Italy, Jordan, take a breath, Stratton. South Korea, Morocco, Netherlands, Norway, Oman, Pakistan, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Singapore. Another breath. Slovakia, Taiwan, Thailand, Turkey, the United Arab Emirates, United States, and Venezuela. Positioning now for a dirty roll, the gear and the flap extended, not a lot of speed, soon to pitch up and roll, and when inverted, retracting the gear and power away. Up with the nose, on with the power. Completing the roll from a dirty roll into clean power away. Bars from the Royal Danish Air Force. F-16 Fighting Falcon. Eats up the sky. Bear in mind, it's the same sort of age as the F-15 that we saw flying earlier. Both come from the early 70s. Still a force to be reckoned with. And it's a good-looking airplane. Loaded roll. See the puffs of vapor to the top of the wing. Well, that's a wing walk and a half. Going downwind to land. F-16 Fighting Falcon from the Royal Danish Air Force. Having put on a magnificent display throughout the week here at Farnborough. Again, we use aerodynamic braking for coming in, keeping the nose firmly off the ground. You see the big speed brake deployed. You see that great visibility from that bubble canopy. I think you'll find there's still an F-16 part in the static part, up by Leonardo direction to your right. I think there certainly was this morning a couple of F-15s up there. Wonderful display. Very nice indeed. So now we're expecting to get the Navy wings out, get them to depart. I haven't seen them yet. And the Chinook should be floating around soon. Chinook coming in from Odium. Now while we've got this little respite, so we're looking at the Chinook roll display in a couple of minutes, then the electric arrows, then from the Italian Air Force, the Typhoon pair fly past at 1442, the Stampe display 1453, the B-52 still on schedule at 1511, the Wingwalkers 1519, the Red Devils parachute display team, haven't had an update from them whether they're still turning up, I think they are at 1537. Then the F-16 at 1555. And then we have some departures in the afternoon after the display. We have an F-15 departing, scheduled at 4:15. a Herc at half past, and at 16:35 from the United States Air Force, the departure of an F-35. Those are the ones I'm aware of happening just after the show. I think we're just swapping things around. Again, I think we're going to go to the Chinook display next. I can't see the Navy wings out, so Chinook with a load slung underneath. And so, Worley, I hope you can see your competitors in from Odium. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Farnborough, and a very warm welcome from the Chinook 2024 Royal Demonstration Team on this lovely sunny Friday here at Farnborough. My name is Flight Lieutenant Matthew Whirl, or Whirly, and I'm one of the Chinook pilots currently serving on 18 Squadron, based at RAF Odium, an incredible 7 miles to the west of here. This year we wanted to bring you something a little different to the display you may have seen previously, and as such, we'll be showcasing the aircraft's operational abilities in an all-new for 2024 role demonstration. The Chinook fulfills many operational roles, including trooping, carriage of internal and external loads, parachute operations, casualty evacuation, humanitarian assistance, and military aid to the civil authorities. And this year's Royal Demonstration is brought to you jointly by 18 Squadron, the premier frontline operational Chinook Squadron, and the Joint Helicopter Support Squadron, known as JHSS. But now it's time to prepare yourselves for one of the highlights of today's flying display. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please turn your eyes to the sky for the 2024 Chinook Royal Demonstration. You can see the Chinook approaching from crowd left, carrying a battlefield gun on one of its 3 underslung load hooks. Flying and captaining the aircraft today is Flight Lieutenant Ian Cooper, known to us as Coops. Coops has more than 1,000 hours in the Chinook, which he's clocked up on numerous operational deployments, including Opshada and Op Nukem in Mali. Today, the Chinook will simulate conducting an essential weapons drop close to the front line. Under the watchful eye of Sergeant Lawson, JHSS have wrecked the landing site and marked with smoke. And not only does this identify the drop-off area, but also gives Coops an appreciation of the wind direction and strength. Once safely on the deck, the JHSS team will then leave the aircraft in order to attach the Land Rover and provide mutual support, ahead of moving onwards to its battlefield location. Having now successfully got the gun, Coops will manoeuvre the aircraft forward and down, away from the load, to allow the troops to disembark and set up in a defensive posture. Also a training captain joining Coops in the front today is one of the squadron's deputy flight commanders, Flight Lieutenant Luke Day. Luke was fortunate enough to join the RAF on his 2nd attempt after failing to be accepted as a dentist. In his spare time, Luke enjoys Conkers and is the undefeated RAF Odium Conkers champion. Next, the aircraft will conduct an over-the-shoulder departure. This is a dynamic manoeuvre used to quickly move away from threats in front of the aircraft. As the aircraft climbs and builds rearwards momentum, the lower ballistic protection is presented towards the threat. The aircraft's nose is snapped round to give the crewmen effective weapon arc should they be required to defend the aircraft, its crew, and their passengers. Having built up field speed, the Chinook will now reposition to provide overwatch for the troops on the ground, scanning the area ahead for potential threats before returning to the drop site to offer close-in support. Although not fitted today, 3 defensive weapon systems can be mounted on the helicopter, one on either side and one on the tail ramp, and their sole use is to protect the aircraft, and these are only used in life-threatening situations. The Chinook is inextricably linked to the modern battlefield. During conflicts in Afghanistan and Iraq, the unmistakable sound of the Chinook's blade slap offered reassurance to those on the ground, letting them know that help was always to hand. The unmatched power of combination of agility, power and endurance has put the Chinook at the forefront of support helicopter operations for over 40 years, always making its time and target, whatever the task. Coops is now re-entering from stage left, setting up to fly a profile known as the Dogbone, named as such because of the pattern it makes when viewed from above. The Dogbone profile keeps the aircraft's weapon systems looking towards potential threats for the maximum amount of time. As Coops and Luke fly past, he'll keep the speed back, present the starboard weapon system to the threat side, and give the troops on the ground maximum support. This is a great opportunity for a photo opportunity, and you can get ready to hear the Chinook's iconic blade slap. As Coop snaps the aircraft left, he'll manoeuvre away from the crowd before reversing the turn, bringing the aircraft back in the opposite direction. Whilst the Chinook operates above on the ground, you can see JHSS, the Specialist Helicopter Handling Unit for Defence. JHSS are a joint squadron made up of Army and RAF personnel based out of RAF Benson in Oxfordshire. They primarily work with our UK support helicopters, including the Chinook, Puma and Merlin, and work tirelessly to provide specialist helicopter landing site reconnaissance and the movement of essential supplies by internal and external loads, exactly as you can see during today's demonstration. You may recall back in 2019, following an intense storm, a dam situated directly above the town of Whaley Bridge in Derbyshire was on the verge of collapse. Engineers called in the support of the Chinook force to assist, and it was the mighty 18 squadron who answered, moving 400 tonnes of aggregate to successfully shore up the dam whilst engineers drained the reservoir. As the Chinook begins its second pass of the dog bone, you'll see the team's number 2 crewman looking out of the starboard window today. And today, that is Sergeant Aaron Woodward. Born and raised under the illustrious Blackpoolites, Woody hasn't always been aircrew, initially serving in the elite Royal Air Force Regiment as a gunner, where he once passed the unforgiving 5-miler of death. Coops will be working extremely hard to handle the corners today, as not only does this offer mechanical sympathy to the aircraft, but also make sure any passengers remain in a fighting fit state to conduct their duties once on the ground. The Chinook is an incredible aircraft and is supported by a huge team of engineers that keep the airframe functional and airworthy 365 days a year to hold national standby commitments. It's worth noting that all of the crew and supporting units that make today possible are drawn exclusively from frontline units, and all of our display activities are conducted around normal operational commitments. And it's thanks to the tireless work of the aircrew, engineers and supporting functions that has enabled the team to deliver their normal outputs whilst preparing to fly here today. The crew are now reposition the aircraft out to your left for a running landing. The running landing is a manoeuvre used when the aircraft is operating with limited power, such as flying at high weights, in hot and high climates, or in an emergency with one engine inoperative. This is because maintaining forward speed reduces the power demand on the aircraft. As they position for the running landing, they'll look to run the aft wheels on, and you can see how the tandem rotors of the Chinook are used to bring the aircraft to a complete stop. Showing just how much control he has over the aircraft, Coops will be bringing the aircraft to a stop on just the 2 aft wheels before lowering onto all 6. The Chinook can carry a wide range of vehicles internally, including armoured fighting vehicles, motorcycles and quad bikes with trailers. Having been tied down securely throughout the flight, the team will now be unstrapping the quad bike to demonstrate how quickly it can be offloaded from the aircraft to offer support to troops already on the ground. Quad bikes are often used in conjunction with trailers to transport ammunition resupplies and other mission-critical equipment around the battlefield at pace. With their cargo shortly on the way to being safely dispatched, the aircraft will then look to perform another over-the-shoulder departure. By using all of the available power offered up by the 2 impressive 5,000 horsepower Honeywell engines, the aircraft can quickly depart the area whilst minimising the risks presented by the different threats. As the aircraft reposition congratulations once more. The team would like to express our gratitude to our air operations staff who ensure all of our training runs smoothly, the logisticians who ensure spare parts and fuel are where they're required, and the air traffickers we work alongside who ensure safe landings every time. The next manoeuvre the team will demonstrate is a nose-down quick stop. The nose-down quick stop is a flying technique that is used to turn the aircraft about on a sixpence. Quick stops are a core handling skill for any pilot, and these allow us to keep the speed as long as possible and are particularly useful when troops are spotted late into an approach or during dusty brownout or snowy whiteout conditions. This dynamic manoeuvre enables us to rapidly adjust from maximum flying speed to bringing support to troops on the ground in the minimum time. Troops will be setting the aircraft up at 140 miles an hour, and he will then rapidly decelerate the aircraft by flaring and turning with the pedal. This forces the side of the airframe to act as a windbreak. After the nose-down quick stop, the Chinook will be expeditiously manoeuvred forward and down to recover the troops on the ground. With the aircraft now safely back on the deck and their task complete, the passengers will be cleared back onto the aircraft with a brand new addition for the Chinook roll demonstration, the big orange thumb. Wearing the thumb today and operating at the #1 crewman position is Warrant Officer Fabien Chauchoir. Fabien is our French exchange crewman, having been operating with the squadron for the last 2 years, proving that the famous Entente Cordiale is still going strong. Woody and Fabien are now working together seamlessly to secure all personnel and freight in the cabin before giving the all clear to climb to Coops and Luke in the front. As the aircraft gently corkscrew climbs into the hover, the crew will open the ramp and give our crewmen the best seat in the house. And as Fab dons the iconic orange hand to wave us all a final goodbye, Farnborough, can I ask you all put your hands in the air and give a huge wave to the team? We love seeing your photos and videos. If you've taken any good ones today, we'd be very grateful if you can tag us using the hashtag BladeSlap. On behalf of myself and the entire Chinook Roll demonstration team, thank you for watching. We hope you enjoy the rest of your day and look forward to seeing you all again very soon. So for one last time, please put your hands together for the 2024 Chinook Roll demonstration team.
Well, thank you very much indeed. Please do thank the team when you get back to Odeon. I guess you're driving, so they'll be back before you. But please do thank them for the whole week they've done here at Farnborough, especially for the atrocious weather yesterday that the guys had to deal with. So because the Chinook chicks up potentially quite a bit of grass, we have to do a runway inspection. Quick runway inspection just to check the runway is clear. The next items are taxiing out. Those are the electric arrows. And we've got something like 15 minutes before we're expecting the RAF Typhoon pair to fly past. Now, turning out onto the runway, really new and exciting aircraft. These are the electric aircraft. Endurance of something like 50 minutes, great for circuits. Electric arrows. NEBOair operate the UK's only fleet of Velis Electros. All the aircraft the team use belong to Nebo. When they're not being displayed, they'll be used for training, experience and expos. Analysed and evaluated by the Royal Air Force and the Pathfinder project. Starting the takeoff run. Now, being electric, they've been very quiet. I haven't seen them this week. This is the first day that they've flown here at Farnborough. Built by the Pipistrel. That's uncannily quiet. That is actually a bit spooky. Terry Wilmot is the team principal, head of the product and infrastructure management of NEBOair. Having been part of Nebo since its inception, Kerry has now taken on the challenging role of building the infrastructure for charging stations across the UK to offer flight schools, flying clubs, individuals and syndicates the opportunity to introduce this fully electric option into light aircraft, aviation and pilot training. Sparky One, Sam Watmo. I've known Sam for many, many years, and Sparky One is not a name I would actually attach to him. I shall be sending him a WhatsApp when he lands. I know that Sam, even at the age of 15, started flying, skipping school. I know this. I know he skipped school and did evening training for his PPL. During his holidays, he became a dog's body, sort of the hanger rat, and doing anything to do with aviation. Well, he's improved now. He's graduated not only to fly, but instruct on all of the British Airways current fleets as a training captain and examiner. Currently flying the Airbus A380. And when he's not doing that, he's on the air display circuit. From everything from the little turbulent, the tiny turbulent, in fact he flew those on skis, to the iconic Spitfire. Also done Formula One aircraft racing in the US National Air Races. Alex Rayner is Sparky 2. I have to rely on the cameras here because you won't actually hear the aircraft running back in, but here they come in from the left to right, these little pipistrelles, all electric. First type certified electric aircraft in history. It's a little motor, 57.6 kilowatt electric motor. It can crack along at over 100 miles an hour, 98 knots, up to 12,000 feet, with an endurance of 50 minutes. Built for general aviation, as you say. Excellent training platform. I've never flown one. I think I'll have to be nice to Sam and have a go. That is extraordinarily quiet. First ever type certification. It's fully approved for pilot training in day VFR, operation in more than 30 countries. Pilots will enjoy the ease of operation from the new powertrain, the impressive ergonomics. It's well thought out inside. Velas Electric produces 0 emissions during operation and the noise levels of only 60 decibels. Ultra quiet, both inside and outside. We've certainly heard the outside. Incredibly economic to operate. I mean, you haven't got pistons going up and down like hell's bells, and that's also with maintenance, so that's very, very cheap to operate. You just need to plug it into the mains or a charging station. No emissions, no pollution. So the NEBOair Electric arrows, I'm told, departing to Popham, down the old 303, just past where the old little chef used to be. We all remember the little chef going down there. In fact, it looks like they're turning back in towards us. Go down the 0303, once you pass Boscombe Down, you become a victim of the speed cameras. I know quite a few people have exercised that right to be photographed by the speed cameras down the 303. Not me, yet. Just called final pass, left to right with these very interesting little aeroplanes. I must actually go and have a fly. I'm going to have to talk to Sam, because I think they've certainly got a future, certainly for flying training organisations, private syndicates, as they said in their notes. Don't take much room up in the hangar. And obviously cheap to operate. The only noise is really the curious buzz from the propeller and a little bit of wing noise, a bit like a glider, the wind across the wings. With them departing the area, going out VFR, visual flight rules, we're expecting the Typhoons. I'm told they should be taxiing out from the north apron. Here we are, just coming out from the north hangars. This is going to be noisy. So lining up on the runway, 2 Typhoons. Not entirely certain how many flybys we are going to get. They've got quite a flight to do afterwards from the departures, so I know that we're going to get them airborne, 1 flyby, maybe another, and then they're going to poke off down to Treviso. And where's that? Well, it's up by Venice, in the northeast corner of Italy, and that's where they'll be going off to. So I don't know whether we get 1 or 2. Treviso, straight line, around about 650 miles. One fly past, I am told. Stomps are just taxiing out, I see. Here we go. So just confirm single fly past, I believe, from left to right. First flight of Eurofighter took place in March 1994. Max level speed of Typhoon is Mark 2. It can accelerate from 200 knots to Mark 1 in a mere 30 seconds. That is some oomph. John Turner, one of the gentlemen on the Flying Control Committee, was the chief test pilot for BAE Systems here and up at Wharton, and he displayed the early Typhoons here at Farnborough, and I know that he'll be watching closely as one of the Flying Control Committee members. The name Typhoon, incidentally, was originally selected for the export version of Eurofighter. However, here at Farnborough in 2002, the Royal Air Force held an official ceremony announcing the name would be adopted for our own aircraft. These two are from the Italian Air Force. To date, the Typhoon has attracted 680 firm orders, with some 603 airframes having been delivered. In addition to the original participating nations, the type has been purchased by Austria, India, Oman, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia and Switzerland. Available as a single or two-seat aircraft. And they're on the way back, as I say, back to Italy for a well-earned, lovely ice cream, probably just in Venice. Quite hot in Italy at the moment. Stampe's cleared to line up and wait. Tail wheel, vintage biplanes, Belgium design. The difference between a Stampe and a Tiger Moth, apart from the spelling and the manufacturer in a completely different country. I mean, get those out of the way. They've got ailerons top and bottom of the wing, unlike the Tiger Moth. They've got a tail wheel, makes it more interesting. Sometimes in a bit of a crosswind, inverted fuel system, and luxury of luxury, they've got brakes. Well, when I say brakes on a Stampe, they don't often work that well. Stampe formation team grew out of the Tiger Club biplane 4 of the 1970s and 80s. These are all privately owned aircraft, much more flexible on price, so several individuals get together and train over the winter. Training over the winter in an open cockpit biplane. Yeah. But they're great fun to fly. Not massively overpowered. And they're aerobatic, as you're going to see. So we're going to see some formation and then some individual aerobatics. Team leader, Richard Ward. He is in the red and white Stampe, it says here. Yes, that looks about right. He started in aviation air traffic controller, flew Super Pumas on the North Sea. Now a training captain on the Boeing 787. Also flies with Aero Legends, is playing the North American T6 Texan and the Tiger Moth. Number 3 position is Richard Meredith, retired school teacher and club instructor. And in the yellowish aeroplane, the one furthest from us, is Richard Berland. Rolling now, so you'll see they're supposed to stick forward in the moment to get the tail up. That gives you directional control, yes, because you've got clean airflow over the rudder, which you want to get. Doesn't take long to get airborne. You've got to wait for different altitudes to get rid of people's weight turbulence. You don't want to be in that in the formation. Now they go puffing off to altitude. Around about 60 knots, 70 knots, something like that. playing the Gravity Global Stomp display team. Paul Anderson, creative director of Gravity, owns a Stomp, which he often kindly loans to the team for displays. He also has a Sopwith triplane. Now, one of the easy things today is I can talk about any pilot and just call them Richard, because they're all Richards.
Is this a commentary that you can't actually get wrong, Strang?
Well, I mean, the fact they're called Richards, I'm not going any further down that line. That's an avenue I do not wish to end up in. The four-motion display by the Solo Aerobatics by Richard in the red aircraft. Names from the past who've flown these Stomps: Neil Williams, the great Neil Williams, the great Manx Kelly, and Barry Tempest. All the names of the past have flown. In fact, my very first flight was with the Tiger Club in the yellow Stomp. Not when it was brand new. What a team I've got here. It had just run in. And I remember that was at Red Hill, and we did an inverted circuit. And if that didn't put me off flying, nothing would. That was the great Tony Smith. Isn't that pretty? Coming round to roll out crowd centre. Now the lead aircraft, it's got a Renault engine, has an air start, which makes it so much easier. The other two are Gypsy Majors, which have to be hand swung. They're an absolute swine to start when it's a hot or a warm engine. Now, the endurance of these sort of aircraft is really a matter of how much oil you've got, not so how much of fuel you've got. Because when you land, they're dripping with oil. They don't get corrosion. Moving into echelon. Now, you'll see if you have binoculars or you close in on the cameras on the lead aircraft, the red aircraft, you'll see all the hand signals by Richard to the other two Richards of the signals that they want to do. They know their formation, they've done lots of practice, but you need a command. The white and blue aircraft, former Rothmans aircraft from the Rothmans Aerobatic team, still has the smoke system installed, which actually is really basic. It's a jerry can welded to the front cockpit and pumped up with a foot pump to put the pressure to put the smoke items, i.e. diesel, into the exhaust. Into a tail chase. So there's the Rothmans one with the smoke system going. Pulling up, check, wing over to the right. Now we talked about Stomp versus the Tiger Moth, 4 ailerons versus 2, tailwind versus skid, inverted system, rather than just that, brakes. The story goes, and it's probably pretty true because it's happened to virtually all of us, those who fly tailwheel aircraft like this are those who ground looped and those who haven't yet. The round robin, the maypole dance. They flew in early morning this morning from Headcorn, puttering along up the railway line, up the Iron Beam, past Red Hill, past Brooklands. I think they'll be clearing off back to Headcorn again this evening when they picked up their ground crew. The ground crew of Mark Turner. He's a good swinger. No, I'll rephrase that. Of the propellers. Now. Steady on. Going back into Vic formation. Gravity Global, the Storm Formation team has been in place for a couple of years now, and that's really enabled the team to take Gravity Global message around the world. Indeed, on the Embraer, you can see some of, and indeed the Embraer is not in the static park now, and this is hidden from view. The colour scheme of that is from Gravity Global. Is it gone? Is it there?
I could have sworn it was there when we drove past in the golf buggy this morning.
Can't leave things lying around here, you know. So brake. So a break, but actually quite a quick rejoin up. That will have taken quite a lot of practice to work out how to do all of that. Running in line astern, still with Richard with the smoke on, and the other two Richards haven't got smoke on. That's nice spacing. Very nice spacing. If you get in the wake turbulence of the aircraft in front, it really is like going through an old washing machine. So all the time you're going to be just stepped out of the leading aircraft's turbulence and vice versa all the way down the Rhine. We're coming ready for a break. Talking about Gravity Global, world's most awarded marketing agency specialising in the aerospace sector. Gravity Global employs over 500 people worldwide. The directors are private pilots themselves with a strong interest in vintage aviation. Last year, Gravity Global achieved over 500 industry awards. And they've already beaten that number this year. Now, the marketing agent behind Embraer's Profit Hunter E2 jet that is in the static part, though I still can't see it. Also the sponsor of the World War I Aviation Heritage Trust. This, I think, should be the run-in towards us to break. There we are. Wondrous. Well, that was fun. Lovely aerobatic sequence by Richard. Two other Richards landed, taxiing back in. Go and have a look at the stomps when they get there. You can see the frailty of the stomps when they get there. And they will need a quick clean down because a lot of oil will be dripping off them and off the aircraft. How about that for a slow approach? Very neat. Keeping the stick forward, keeping the tail up as long as you can. You can see the rudder working quite hard to keep direction control. When you run out of that authority, down goes the tail, stick fully back, put the tail very firmly on the ground. And keep pedaling away, look at that. Whack, whack, whack. This is a bit of a crosswind. So just sorting out whether we're going to get the Wingwalkers or the B-52 next. Should be the B-52. He will be coming from the left. We'll have plenty of warning for the B-52 for a single flyby. Moving some other aircraft across the runway while we've got this gap because the B-52 won't be landing on, so we can use the runway to move aircraft around. We're just waiting for the 52. I'm told it was supposed to be in a couple of minutes from now. I can't see it lurking out in the murk. So a quick butchers on flight radar 24. He might not be showing up on that. I know an awful lot of people watching us on YouTube. They're very welcome to join in on the stream that we've been doing all this week. Even some local people in just at Farnborough watching on YouTube rather than walking out into the garden and getting some fresh air. Christy. B-52 is spotted on the cameras now. We've got long range lens, so they've got them. Northwest. I've got him now. So having the radar positioning, he's come in from Fairford. There'll be one pass of this Boeing B-52 long-range bomber. First flew, and this is one for the pub quiz. All right? First flew in 1952, and it's a B-52. So put that all away. Show everyone how smart you are when you get home at the pub quiz. 8 Pratt & Whitney engines, rated at 17,000 pounds of thrust each. Service ceiling of 55,000 feet. Stratofortress rather. And a whole dinosaur, isn't it? Stratofortress is manned by a crew of 6. As a pilot, co-pilot, navigator, radar navigator, ECM operator and gunner. Look at that. Another wondrous flight site over Farnborough. "72-year-old aircraft design, and they reckon for another 20 or 30 years they will still be in service. The Boeing B-52, while 2 other Boeings line up on the runway." See that link there? Is that quite good? 2 steermen about to get airborne for the young ladies on the wing. A wing walking episode. Steerman clearing off to a direct flight to the United States. And the 2 steermen now starting to take off rather than smoke on. So there goes upside down. taking off, upside down on the wing. What on earth does your life perspective look like that? Oh my gosh. Now we can see where the crosswind's going. Straight at us. Eerie. Running in now, smoke on. And we've got to do some quick in-flight checks, safety harnesses, etc., before coming in to do this. I mean, it's a great display by the two steermen anyway, let alone with the young ladies on the roof. Since 1984, base AeroSuperBatics have been the operators of famous airshow teams, including Crunchy Flying Circus, the Athlete Butley, the Biggin Wingwalkers, the Breitling Wingwalkers. They've done that in shows throughout Europe, the Middle East, China, Japan, India, Australia, and the Philippines. Guinness World Record holders featured in numerous TV shows, wingwalking with world-renowned athletes and celebrities, based at their own airfield at Renkum, down by Gloucestershire, or rather down by Cirencester in Gloucestershire. And if you're thinking of a sponsorship, if one of the big companies here is looking for sponsorship, you might well talk to this team, because you might be the next sponsors and have your names on the aircraft and the team when they go around the world displaying. Founded in 1984 by Vic Norman. On average, they perform around 60 public displays a year, containing over 6 million spectators at large live audience events. Also, private events, if you wish. You can go to Renkum for private parties. The aircraft, 1940s Boeing Stearman biplanes. Now what you're going to see is manoeuvres, including loops, rolls, stall turns, vertiflight, all reaching speeds of up to 150 miles an hour, and G-forces up to 4 times the force of gravity, 4G. So the Stearmans themselves, during the war, World War II, Allied pilots often used to learn to fly on the American Stearman biplane. Designed from the start as a primary trainer, stable enough in the air not to catch out the novice flyer, and rugged enough to even survive the sort of landings that I do. It's very difficult to break a Stearman. They're tough and they're rugged. Stearmans first flew in 1933, and by 38 the Stearman Aircraft Company had been taken over by Boeing, and the name stuck. Sales initially were modest, but the coming of World War II transformed the market, and about 10,000 Stearmans had been built by the end of the war in 1945. Quite a lot still around, used for barnstorming. And what was the film with Cary Grant running across the film? Yep, North by Northwest. Fuselage is a welded steel tube, and the wing spars and ribs are made of wood, both covered in fabric. When it's used as a training, two pilots sat in tandem with the instructor in the rear cockpit. Open cockpits actually incidentally were favoured for training aircraft because novice pilots were encouraged to get the feel of their aircraft and the way the wind was blowing around the head. Really an important factor in making sure that the aircraft was flying in balance, or indeed most of the time not. The contemporary British type of biplane very similar, though considerably smaller and less powerful. Barnstorming acts in the 20s and 30s, a tradition that still carries out this day, certainly in the United States and over here. Thousands of Stearmans after the war came into civilian market. They ended up doing crop dusting and all those sort of events. Waving at me, I wave back. Hello, darling. Now, who was the director of North by Northwest? Airplanes that make up AeroSuperBatics Wingwalker team are not stock Stearmans, however. There are no controls in the forward cockpit because the wingwalkers need to climb up and out, and they don't want to be standing on the control column at the most inappropriate moment, getting up onto the upper wing where they can begin their act. I mean, often when they're transiting, the girls climb down from the wing and get into the cockpit, and prior to arriving at a display, will have to clamber back up onto the top wing in flight. Now it says here, and this is not me, I'm reading from their notes, and it says, their notes, remember, and although the ladies of the team are breathtaking in their elegant athleticism, in aerodynamic terms, they are giant air brakes. Their bodies create a great deal of drag. I'm making no other comments, no comments at all on that. Standard Stearmans have a 220 horsepower engine. The super Stearmans of these ones are driven by 450 horsepower radials. That mighty extra power means the pilots don't need to gain energy for their maneuvers. By continually diving, they've got the power to drive through and keep their energy there. Extra pair of ailerons are fitted to the upper biplane wings, slaves to the ones on the lower wings. Of course, aileron is a French word, and I know all pilots here know what aileron means. It means little wing. We knew that. Well, one of the team up here has worked out that as Alfred Hitchcock was the director, the other person in the team said never heard of the film at all, Cary Grant or the Stearman with the machine gun. It's not black and white. So if you're thinking of getting your company involved in sponsorship, AeroSuperBatics, quite happy to talk to you. They're always looking for the next sponsor, or indeed the sponsor after that. Hear the rasp from the propeller tips. Off to the rasp of a Stearman, or indeed a Harvard getting airborne, is the wing tips, the tips of the propellers going supersonic. How about that, doing the Usain Bolt flyby? Now, they have passed from one aircraft to another, a baton before, one flying inverted, the other right way up. So next we have the Red Devils parachute display team, the Royal Danish Air Force F-16 still to come. That is close, very close formation flying. So they've gone back to Renkum, or they will be going back to Renkum, Just getting the director talking in my ear. I better take a word from him. So we're also looking an eye out for the Cessna Caravan from which the Red Devils will be dropping. So the Wingwalkers have gone off to Renkum. So we're just now looking out for the aircraft from which the Red Devils will drop. Shortly be handing over to Captain Steve Child from the British Army. And then in 15 minutes' time, we'll have another display by the Royal Danish Air Force F-16. Caravan out to the west. I don't know whether he's going to drop a Woody first, but Steve will have all of that. And so when he wants the microphone, indeed, he's giving me a thumb up. I think that's what he meant. Steve, welcome to Farnborough. It's all yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Red Devils Army Parachute Display Team. Firstly, it's an honour to be here again. We're here Tuesday as well, so thank you all for turning up. If you quickly look above now, you will see the Cessna aircraft about 2,000 feet, and it has just dropped 2 streamers. This is known as the Woody Run. It's the wind director indicator. The pilot and the team leader will look at this simple design of tissue paper and plasticine, assess the direction, and this will assist with the smoke on the ground, the final run-in for the 10 jumpers that are about to exit the aircraft today at approximately 6,000 feet. So I'm Captain Steve Child, I'm the OC of the team. On the parachute landing area, we have Lance Corporal Ollie Hobbs from the Parachute Regiment. And in the aircraft, we have 10 jumpers under the command of the team leader, Corporal Stephen Hanley. All members are from the British Army. None of us joined to become a Red Devil. We joined to be a soldier in the British Army. But as always, good old British Army leads on to great opportunities. And the 14 of us found our niche by joining the Red Devils. Collectively, 14 of us have around 75 years experience on the team as a Red Devil. And collectively, we have about 26,500 jumps to our name. So who are the Red Devils? Well, we were formed in 1964 by Lieutenant Ed Gardner, who unfortunately passed away last year at the age of 85. The team continued to succeed across all 4 corners of the UK and across overseas. Did a lot of joint training with the Golden Knights, the Americans' official army team. And then in 1979, the Red Devils then became the official Army's parachute display team. Since then, the team has gone from success to success. It continues to jump regularly across all 4 corners of the UK. So far this season, we've got 38 independent events. Obviously, today's 39, and we'll continue through the rest of the season, all the way up until the end of September. So the task for us is not just to engage with members of the public and to put on a show. It's actually to conduct high-octane, exciting displays, keeping the Army in the public eye. And we also do a number of tandem jumps throughout the season, up to 250 to 300 tandem jumps down at our base down in Netheravon in Wiltshire. So feel free at the end of this to come over to our marquee. It's got big British Army label on it, Red Devils. Come and talk to the team once they've landed. Bring the children over. We've got VR headsets. and get the details off the team members and come down to Wiltshire in Netheravon and do a tandem jump with the team. So to get onto the team then, you need to do a minimum of 3 years service and obviously pass the team selection. Just going back to the aircraft, it's actually gone into cloud now. It's about 4,000 feet. You'll probably see, obviously, over to the, just above to the south, over the main building. The jump master now will be informing the pilot of what altitude to get to. Hopefully we can break that cloud so you'll get full view of the actual free fall itself. So what are we going to see today? We're going to see 10 highly skilled Red Devils. We're going to see flags. We're going to see big flags. We're going to see free fall. We're going to see a wingsuit, a tracking suit of Corporal Hanley, the team leader, flying up to speeds of 170 to 180 miles per hour. You can still see the aircraft gaining height, circling in Farnborough Airshow. Got some beautiful blue skies above, so keep your eyes peeled and look out for the guys that do a four-way. These will be 4 guys exiting the aircraft together, create a formation, pull their smoke, and it's really effective. With Corporal Hanley on the wingsuit, on the tracking suit next to him, who will be also circling that formation. We've also got Lance Corporal Cameron Clark. He's the stat pilot of the team. He will be bringing up the rear of the formation with another 2 canopies that will collide into his canopy, and they will do a try-beside, 3 canopies downplaning at speeds up to 60 miles an hour to the ground on the parachute land area and split off at last safe moment, last few hundred feet. So what's going on now? As always, safety checks, updates. Lance Corporal Ollie Hobbs on the ground will be updating the winds, the direction. It's always different on the ground than it is up in altitude. And also Lance Corporal Ollie Hobbs on the ground, his key role is not just the safety of the parachute landing area, but it's also to ensure that the smoke is ignited so the team are assisted by the direction of the smoke. All guys in free fall today should be traveling about 120 miles an hour. And it's always important, doesn't matter how experienced these guys are, is to ensure that they are checking for no holes, rips, tears. That's the important part. Once that's okay, the rest is easy. Okay, everyone please look up now for the final run-in. You'll see the smoke coming out of the plane. Do not fear. That is the jump master, Steve Hanley, coming out now. He's got the wingsuit. He'll be going down into wind. There we see him fly. You'll see him, he'll be the first to land. Screaming to the ground at speeds of up to 170, 180 miles an hour. There's number 2 come out the aircraft now. The 3, 4, 5, 6. Always important to count the full 10. 7, 8, 9, 10. There's the 10 complete. Corporal Hanley's only a few hundred feet to the ground now. It's really important, guys, that we give him one massive cheer on that last 200 feet as he comes in. He's going to do a high-performance landing on a degree of 270 degrees, picking up huge speeds. So on cue, please, I need one massive cheer very shortly for the team leader, Corporal Stephen Hanley from the 3rd Battalion of the Parachute. Massive cheer, please. Thank you. Right on the cross. Looking back up now, what do we have? We can see the 5K Union flag. It's the largest display flag in the world. And the team's in the process of going bigger, 7,000 square feet. We've got Corporal French, who's the jump master today, and Lance Corporal Bellingham, both from the 3rd Battalion of the Parachute Regiment. Corporal French has been in the team now for over 10 years, highly experienced individual, passed on huge amounts of knowledge to the team, Massive cheer, please, for Corporal French from the 3rd Battalion of the Parachute Regiment. And also Lance Corporal Bellingham from the 3rd Battalion as well. We also have there the British Army flag, 2,000 square feet. And that's Lance Corporal Danny Watson from the 3rd Battalion also. Lots of training goes in to jump with these flags, especially in winds. And then we have Lance Corporal Louis Cuddy behind him with a Support Our Powers Parachute Regiment flag as well. Massive cheer, please, for Lance Corporal Danny Watson. And just following him now, Lance Corporal Louis Cuddy with the Support Our Powers flag as well. Big cheer as he comes into land, please. Looking up now, you will see 2 canopies attached together, downplaning at speeds up to about 60 miles per hour. They're attached by a probe. Lance Corporal Cameron Clark will give the split. Canopies will split, and obviously they will both hopefully land sort of simultaneously onto the parachute landing area. Above them, the single flyer is Sergeant Fisher, the team sergeant. He's the cameraman of the team who has been taking some excellent footage of the guys. So big cheer, please, for the stat pilot and Corporal Richard Kingston. Sergeant Nathan Fisher's coming in now. Big cheer for Sergeant Nathan Fisher, please, from the 1st Battalion, Parachute Regiment. And then finally, on the Union flag, we have Corporal Henry Mole. Precise landing. Big cheer for him as well. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, it's a massive honour to come to the Farnborough Airshow. All 10 of these individuals have jumped here before, so thank you for all of your support. The team will be retiring now just to the rear of the fence, about 20 metres behind them, where the Red Devils British Army marquee is set up. We'll be hanging around for a few hours at least. So please come over, ask questions, come and look at our footage, look at the equipment, get the VR headsets on the kids. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes it now. Can I have just one massive final cheer for the British Army official parachute display team, the Red Devils. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve. Please do thank the team for dropping in on us. Like that. So with the Red Devils down, once they've cleared their gear away, quick runway inspection taking place. The F-16 should be out there soon. He would normally be parked well clear of parachutists. F-16 due to, I've already put the clock away, get airborne in about 4 minutes. F-16 just taxiing out now. Well, another very successful Farnborough show. Little did I think 48 years ago when I started commentating here at Farnborough, I would still be here 48 years later. It's been very different. In those days, all those chalets were tents, there were duck boards to walk on in the mud. It was just a gentle rope along the display line. We were positioned on the northeast corner of the airfield, and I've seen it develop and change many, many times. So we're just waiting to see what altitude the F-16 gets. God, there's some loonies in the crowd. So the last of the Red Devils just clearing away from near the runway edge. Not a place to be when an F-16 takes off, not if you want to listen to anything for the next week anyway. F-16 just been given clearance to line up and wait. (7,700 feet he's got. Got to complete aerobatics, 1,000 feet below the limit that we give. So once again, we've managed to borrow the airspace from London Heathrow. They'll be very glad. In fact, throughout the whole week of validation, there are completely different departure routes and arrivals into London Heathrow. They have their own specific SIDs that are published that keep them away, both arrivals and departures, just for the validation week of Farnborough when everyone comes to practice, and also for the display. So as of this evening, Heathrow will return to normal as the F-16 opens up 29,000 pounds of thrust to start the final display here at Farnborough 2024. So from the Royal Danish Air Force, the F-16 calls downwind to land. And when he does, that will complete the flying display for the day. My thanks to Mark Brown and Oliver Holmes for all the assistance that they've attempted to give during the week. When you go home this evening, the traffic is going to be quite intense out there. Just follow the marshals, take your time. There will be buses going off to the train station, etc. But if you want to walk, you might actually beat part the queue. The marshals do know, and they get updates all the time about the best routes out, which may not be the most obvious routes out. So take your time, plenty of patience, don't get a fender bender on the way out. That would grind everything to a halt and your insurance company won't like it. So just look after yourselves, look after the marshals. My thanks for you coming along. My grateful thanks to Farnborough International Limited and all the marshals that have helped today, the medical teams, the air traffic controllers, NATs, the Flying Control Committee, so many people to mention. My name is Stratton Ritchie, and I wish you a very good evening and see you, or hear you, in 2 years' time.